There's 5-minute call for those first classes of market lamb and breeding sheep showmanship. We will begin our market lamb showmanship with our youngest exhibitors. Those are our 6 and 7-year-old class. They're together, 6 years old and 7 years old in one class. Again, you'll show in that south ring. Breeding sheep, we will show our oldest class first. The oldest class in our showmanship this evening is our 20 and 21-year-olds. 5-minute call for breeding sheep. Our oldest contestants, 20 and 21 years old. 5-minute call for that first class of breeding sheep showmanship. You'll show in the north ring. We want to remind you, please have those cards filled out completely, including your breed information. Judging our shows this evening for Breeding Sheep Showmanship is Dr. Stacy Scramlin-Zelli from West Lafayette, Indiana. She's a professor in the Department of Animal Sciences at Purdue University, and she has been showing Southdown sheep with her family her entire life. Stacy has also coached the meats judging team at both Michigan State and the University of Kentucky, and she's an active member of the American Meat Science Association. Judging our market lamb showmanship this evening is Jason Shuck of Geneva, Indiana. Jason is an agricultural teacher at South Adams Schools in Bern, Indiana. He and his family own a flock of Dorset and Hampshire weather-type ewes. He worked as a student manager of the sheep farm in college at Purdue University. He has served on the board of directors for the Indiana Sheep Association and as an editor of their sheep publication. His wife Teresa and their children Clayton, Jasper, Ireland, and Finnegan reside on the farm there, and he has judged numerous shows in several states. Let's welcome and thank both Jason and Stacy this evening for their efforts here in the showmanship contest. contestants in our 6 and 7-year-old class, those in the outside here where Mr. Schroyer's talking to you, you can be excused once you've given him your card. The judge will work with the ones he's pulled over to the center. Thank you for your participation.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure to be here in Louisville, Kentucky this evening, working through the North American International Market Lamb Showmanship, but more importantly, the quality young people out here that are not only the future of this industry, but the future of our country. So let's pay this first division off with a nice round of applause. It's been a pleasure to work through them. For me, this was a really tough group in terms of just going through each of these youngsters and giving them I wanted to make sure that I give them ample time to get their sheep set. I think at this age we want to keep it positive for them and just continue to work on the basic fundamentals as we work through here. The young lady that starts off and without giving a whole lot away as we work through the rest of our showmanship drives that are coming to me later on this evening. This young lady I think is really sound and fluid in the way that she gets things set up. She's really accurate in terms of her feet placement. I really like her drive and determination, and it sorts her to the top pretty handily in my mind. Young man here next with the Brockle-faced lamb is one that certainly has a lot of presence about him, really does a nice job with the sheep that can be a bit contrary to get the most out of, but one that I really like in terms of just his overall presence and his ability to get one shown pretty handily. The next couple showmen here in line are very close in terms of ability. I like their intensity and determination, but yet they're really laid back and calm and relaxed in terms of the way that they go about getting their business done. Once again, let's pay them off with a nice round of applause. It's been a pleasure to work through them.
Results from our class of Market Lamb Showmanship are 6- and 7-year-olds. First place goes to Lydia Wilson of China Grove, North Carolina with a crossbred. Second, J.D. Moracle of Clarion, Iowa with a white-faced cross. Kobe Scroggins was third from Moore, Oklahoma with a Dorset. 4, Mackenzie Cox of Richlands, North Carolina with a Shropshire. 5, Carly Church of Mayslick, Kentucky. 6th place, Jade Cantrell, Winchester, Kentucky with a Southdown. 7, Hayden Roberts, Falmouth, Kentucky with a black-faced cross. 8, Maddie Brusbach of Greensburg, Indiana with a Southdown. 9, Mason Smith of Guntersville, Alabama, black-faced crossbred. And 10, Carrie Ruth Lawson from Whitesburg, Tennessee with a Southdown.
Test. Well, good evening, everyone. It certainly is an honor to be able to judge the showmanship here, particularly breeding sheep showmanship. It's one of my favorite classes, and I know I take a little bit more time on that, and I don't apologize because these guys have worked really hard. And when you look at the 12 showmen we have out here, we've got 12 excellent showmen, and I feel like they deserve my time. I've got the 5 showmen split up here at the top, and I'm starting with, I think, the young lady that just did the best job through and through. She has got that ewe lamb looking set every time I looked at her, and when I switched them around, and for those of you, if you were wondering how I do that, I have the exhibitors pick their own poison. They got to decide which sheep they can make look better, and I think she did an excellent job when she got switched onto the Slick Shore and Dorset, and just did a great job of being a very attentive but not overly aggressive, and I think that's one of the things you got to have at a good showman. Young man we have here in second, another wonderful job. I think these 5 are all clearly from the same mold. He has a really wonderful job with this big broody natural colored ewe. I'd like to see him maybe be just a little faster when I switched him when he got switched to the other ewe. It took him a little bit to kind of get her where he needed to be. And again, when you're talking about a class that's as deep as this, it's the little tiny things that separate them out. Young lady we've got here in third does, again, a wonderful job with that big Hampshire ewe. I give her a lot of credit for that. That's a big ewe to come out here and show. She does a good job getting her set. Sometimes gets those hind legs just a little closer together than I would like them to be. They're back at the right distance. They're getting just a little pinch, particularly on a ewe where that happens to be one of her faults. And so like I said, I'd maybe like to see those feet set just a little bit more accurately, but again, a really wonderful showman. Young man we've got here in fourth, again, very intense showman, a showman that knows where I'm at, knows how his sheep needs to look. Again, when he switched and grabbed the other ewe, I maybe would have liked to see him be just a little more aggressive or make some more alterations in order to improve that ewe. But again, I think he does a very nice job. Young man we've got down here in fifth, towards the end of the class started getting a little flustered with his ewe, kind of was doing the push and pull rather than trying to set those legs where I'd like him to be. Maybe wasn't quite as accurate with getting those feet set as I'd like. But again, a really wonderful class from top to bottom. Congratulations to everyone.
our contestants in the Market Lamb Showmanship ring that are on the outside of the ring. Let your stewards pick up your cards, please, and then you are excused. We want to thank you for participating in Showmanship this evening. Make sure the stewards get your card before you exit the ring, though, please.
Wow, what a really tough second division here, and let's pay these youngsters off with a big round of applause for all their hard work and efforts. Our top 4 showmen, and not to take anything away from the remaining 6 or 7 that are in here, but these top 4, it really gets down to splitting hairs, and the young man that we're going to initiate with is one, as I see, hooks up to the sheep, is probably as balanced and as complete and fluid as we've seen this evening, and I really like his demeanor. He's really calm and relaxed, but still gets a lot out of that sheep, and that sheep certainly outweighs him by a significant amount, but he's really, really in control and focused, and I like his determination in the way that he just really blends in with that sheep and gets a lot out of it. Young lady next in line kind of falls into that same category, really, really intense, but really calm in her demeanor in terms of the way that she goes about her business. I really like the way that she works around the front end of that sheep. Really just a super complete showman. Not to take anything away from our young man in third, one that really does a nice job in terms of his overall presence. Sometimes that sheep doesn't want to give us the best look and help him out and cooperate with him a bit, but a really solid showman that works himself into third, in my mind, pretty handily. Young lady's lamb next and fourth is also kind of the same mold, wants to pull his feet up once in a while underneath him and give her some fits, but a really solid showman here as we go through. And the young lady next in line here with the white sheep, really like her determination and her attitude with the sheep that's certainly not wanting to be as cooperative as maybe some of the others in here, but one that falls into fifth pretty handily. Let's pay them off all with another round of applause.
Placing on our class of 8 and 9-year-olds in our Market Lamb Showmanship, our class winner, Wyatt Nixon of Delavan, Wisconsin, with a Shropshire. Second place, Madison Chamberlain of Costata, Louisiana. Third, Garrett Greiner of Keota, Iowa. 4, Samantha Williams of Mabel, Minnesota, with a crossbred. 5, with a Dorset, Sawyer Moracle, Clarion, Iowa. 6, Travis Cox, Richlands, North Carolina, with a cross. 7, Linda Isaacs, Petersburg, Kentucky, with a Southdown. 8, Cal Sidwell, Gill, Colorado, with a natural colored. 9, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky, with a Hampshire. And 10 to Xavier Wise of Lamar, Missouri, with a crossbred.
Another great class of showmen out here. I really enjoyed working with them. I think they just did a really wonderful job, and it did take me just a bit more to separate them out, because when you get up to something to a group of kids that are this good, it's the little things that'll really separate them out. I'm starting off with the young man with the natural colored you. I think just does a really wonderful job, really smooth around the ring. I did think he did a nice job when he moved on to the Shropshire U. Again, just a really nice, clean showman all the way through and through. Does a really good job with a big U, gets her set where he needs to be, and kind of hides behind her, which is what you need to do with that particular U. Young lady we've got here in second, and mind you, my top three were probably by far the ones I switched around the most in my head. The young lady does a very, very nice job. I liked when she switched onto the South Down U. She did a really good job of getting a lot out of her. I think there was a couple times where she couldn't quite decide how she wanted to show this U or the South Down U, where she'd be up, she'd be down, and sometimes I think we just need to commit to what we know is best, and it can sometimes show that you're maybe second-guessing yourself just a little bit, but again, a really nice, smooth showman. Young man we've got here in third, again, did a really great job. I love his attentiveness. He definitely does a great job with that lamb. He gets the most out of that ewe when he possibly can, and I really appreciate him for that. Maybe when we switched him on the other one, I'd like to see him maybe just do just a little bit more to get out of the fitted ewe, but again, very, very nice job. Young man we've got here in fourth, I really liked, again, his smoothness, his attentiveness. When we show yearling ewes like that down, that's great, but we got to make sure we still keep that head up and out of their shoulders, and it's really tough to do because that arm does get tired. And I'd also like to see maybe at those hind legs, sometimes just a little bit off, and again, it's those tiny little things, but again, a really nice, smooth showman. Young lady we've got here in fifth, again, I really liked how calm she is with her own ewe. It's sometimes not easy to get those hind legs when you've got tall sheep like that. She does a really nice job of doing that. When she switched onto the other ewe, I wanted to see her just get a little bit more out of it. And again, there was a couple times where she just got a little tentative, didn't know she wanted to be down, didn't know she wanted to be getting the head up. And again, I think sometimes we just got to know what's best for our sheep and commit to it. But again, it's those little tiny things that separate out these wonderful showmen. Give them a round of applause. They've definitely earned it.
We need in the showmanship over here with Market Lambs, Michaela Gomez and Troy Byer. Just hold your hand up so that the steward can give you their cards. For the breeding sheep showmanship in our 18 and 19-year-old class, our class winner was Ethan Kennedy of Canandaigua, New York, with a Romney. Second, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana, with a Shropshire. Third, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana, with a Hampshire. 4, Casey Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin, with a South Down. 5, Abilene Gatson of Vandalia, Missouri. 6th place to Becca Breckenridge, Brighton, Tennessee, with a natural colored Lincoln. 7, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland, with a Tunis. 8, Jacqueline Knutson of Centerville, South Dakota, with a Suffolk. 9, Caitlin Schillen of Lower City, Ohio, with a Corriedale. And 10, Miranda Hunter, Newark, Delaware, with a Hampshire. Exhibitors on the outside of the ring, once the stewards have picked up your card, you are excused from the class, but we need to get those cards picked up first before you leave. Thank you for your participation in this 10-year-old class of Market Lamb Showmanship.
Not to take anything away from our previous divisions, but the water just got real deep in this one right here. And the young lady that we're going to start off with is really flawless in my mind in terms of just the way that she goes about getting a lot of mileage out of a sheep. She's really calm and collected and doesn't get frustrated at all if the sheep wants to move its foot maybe just a notch, and she gets him stuck and put back together. And you can tell that she spent a lot of time with this sheep because those two work together quite nicely, and it's certainly a thing of beauty from my perspective as a judge to just see how fluid that she is and goes about taking care of business. Same can be said with the young lady next in line, maybe not quite as accurate from time to time in terms of foot placement, but one that really gets a lot of mileage out of, and I wouldn't be afraid to put on the front end of a sheep for me as well. The same can be said for the next two. I really like the intensity of the young lady in third. Every once in a while, that rascal wants to move a foot out of place, but she really sticks with it and is very persistent in what she does. Young lady next in fourth, I really like in terms of just being calm. At the same time, I'd maybe like to give her a notch more intensity as she goes about her business, but one that's really, really solid as well. The young lady next in line in fifth had a really good go, and the sheep wanted to get a bit more uncooperative with her from time to time, and that's why she finds herself in fifth, but not to take anything away from her true ability as well. Really nice set of showmen all the way top to bottom. Let's pay them off with a big round of applause.
Results from our Market Lamb Showmanship 10-year-old class. First place to Bailey Amstutz of Richwood, Ohio with a crossbred. Second to Kelby Roberts, Falmouth, Indiana with a Dorset. Third, Addie DeLong, Mechanicsburg, Ohio with an Oxford. 4, Larissa Swigard of Halifax, Pennsylvania with a Natural Colored. 5, Peyton Stewart, Granger, Iowa with a Hampshire. 6, Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana, a Dorset. 7, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana, a Southdown. 8, Katie Bell Zwyen of Oswego, Kansas, a crossbred. 9, Roberto Romero of Calhoun, Georgia. And 10, Nicole Williamson, Heflin, Alabama, with a Suffolk.
Be in the breed display area that are cracked
exhibitors preparing to come into the ring down on the breeding sheep side, we ask that you stay out of those breed display areas and out of those aisles. Stay across that opening across there that's on the tar paper. We'd like to keep that area clean so people can come through and see those breed displays, and your sheep really aren't cooperating with that, keeping them clean right now. Exhibitors in our 11-year-old class of Market Lamb Showmanship, if you're on that outside of the ring, thank you for participating. Our stewards will be around, pick up your card. You are excused. Again, thank you for your participation.
Another great class of showmen out here. Really just a fun group to work with. And I know it was a big class to start with, so it took me a little bit longer to get them whittled down. But I think I've got 5 showmen here that just really exemplify the things that we're looking for. I'm starting off with the young lady that just really puts together the whole package for me. She's really calm. She's really collected. She does a really good job of kind of hiding herself behind that you and really accentuating all the good parts about that you. Particularly when she moved on to the other when she switched on to the other south down you, I think she did, again, a really, really nice job. I really appreciate her for, again, her calmness and her demeanor throughout the whole ring. Young man who got here in second did a great job, particularly when he moved on to the other U. He tends to let that U kind of drop her head and get out away from her body just a little bit more. It makes her kind of look a little funky from the side. I'd maybe like to see that. But, again, a really attentive young man. Did a great job when he moved on to the Dorset U. Young man we've got here in third, I really liked, again, how well he handled this shoe. There's a couple times where I think he got her just a tick stretch, so it dropped her top just a little bit more. He was the bold one that took the Dorset U that didn't really want to be out here anymore, and I give him kudos for that. But at the same time, that U, he also kind of let her head get just a little bit lower than I would like, and she was being a little bit more persnickety out here. The young lady you got here in fourth, I think, again, does a very nice job with her U. Tends to sometimes let that U swing the butt out or her front end out just a little bit more, and I've talked to some of the exhibitors about that tonight. You know, when your sheep does that, when it's not straight in line, it shortens them up from a judge's perspective. It makes them look shorter, and we want to make our sheep look longer. So I think that's one of the things that we just wanted to work on here. The young man we've got here in fifth, probably my calmest showman I've seen the whole day. Very, very calm, very attentive, really smooth as he moves around the ring. Maybe wanted you to see a little bit more eye contact with me, and so that's usually a problem we don't have. Usually there's too much eye contact on me, but I think he does a really good job with the sheep that he's shown, both the one he brought out here and the one he selected. Again, a really wonderful class from top to bottom. Give them a round of applause. They've earned it.
Really nice set of showmen here in this particular division of young people here on the Market Lamb side. The young lady with the south down wither is one that you really appreciate in terms of just the way that she goes about her business. She's one that I feel is more hooked up all the time on this sheep. I really like the demeanor in which she exhibits this particular lamb without giving a whole lot away. I just like her focus and intensity, maybe a notch better today over the young lady. Not to take anything away from the young lady, one that does a nice job. Once in a while, the feet and legs are not quite in alignment up front, and that can be said for several showmen down through here. And I think at this point in time, I think we just need to make sure that we focus and continue to focus on the fundamentals in terms of hand placement on the sheep and the way that we get about them. But a really top set of showmen right here in the top two. And not to take anything away from the young lady here in third, really a good showman in terms of the way that she's calm and relaxed. Maybe just not as complete today as what the two young ladies ahead of her are. And then we've got a young man here in fourth. Young man, you do an outstanding job, really calm and collected. I like the way that you go about taking care of things. Unfortunately, you fell into a really tough division with these three young ladies ahead of you today. Let's give them another nice round of applause.
For our Market Lamb Showmanship, your next class entering the ring will be for Junior Champion. Placing on that class of 11-year-olds, first place to Bailey Slayton of Noblesville, Indiana with a south down. Second, Cheyenne Tennant, North Manchester, Indiana. Third, Bailey Asmus of Vandalia, Michigan with a Hampshire. 4, Joseph McDermott, Carrollton, Georgia with crossbred. Cade Minnan, Walton, Indiana with a Suffolk was 5. 6, Parker J. Swam of Rainier, Tennessee with a natural colored. 7th place, Colby Williams of Mabel, Minnesota with a crossbred. 8, to Mackenzie Laocos of Bayard, North Carolina, another crossbred. 9, Kaylee Adams from Cumming, Georgia, Blackface Cross. And 10, Brody Scroggins of Moore, Oklahoma with a Shropshire. For our 17-year-olds in the breeding sheep showmanship, first went to Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana, with a Southdown. Second, Jim Morgan of Sharps Chapel, Tennessee, a Southdown. Third, Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky, another Southdown. 4, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware, with a Border Leicester. 5, Riley Donkers of Firebolt, Minnesota, with a Dorset. 6th place to Jason Walensky, New Glarus, Wisconsin, with a Hampshire. 7, Austin Wright, Greencastle, Indiana, with a Polled Dorset. 8, Alexandra Swan, Wilmington, Delaware, and Oxford. 9, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas, a Schropp. And 10, Allison Smith, Emporia, Kansas, a Southdown. In the makeup area for the breeding sheep, we need our class winners of our 20 and 21-year-old class, our 18 and 19-year-old class, and our 17-year-old class in the makeup area.
Let's give our 4 young people out here in the Market Lamb Division a big round of applause. Really, in this first division, a tremendous set of young people, top to bottom, whether they're out here out of our 4 class winners or whether they got dismissed back to the barn, and whether they placed or whether they didn't make the cut. I think it's really important to recognize all of them for their efforts and the intensity and the way that they conducted themselves out here. The young people in this age group is the one that's probably the closest to Teresa and I in terms of just overall age and the age at which our kids are at, and it's really a pleasure to work through these youngsters and just to go through and not to talk about each one of these young people. We did that in class, but I think all 4 of these youngsters I wouldn't have a problem putting on the front end of a sheep for us and send them out into the ring and knowing we'll get a lot of mileage out of it. For me, it comes down to the individual that's just, in my mind, the most complete in terms of overall foot and leg placement, the one that balances up the best for me. And with that said, we'll go out and select our division winner with a handshake. Let's pay him off with another big round of applause, please.
Our winner of the junior showmanship for Market Lambs goes to Bailey Amstutz, our 10-year-old class winner. Bailey is from Richwood, Ohio. She showed a crossbred this evening. Now ready for our 12-year-olds. 12-year-olds in the Market Lamb ring, please. exhibitors in our Market Lamb show. If you're on the outside of the ring, you can turn in your card to the stewards as they come by, and then you are excused. We want to thank you for your participation in the showmanship class this evening. In the makeup area, at the end of the show ring for our Market Lambs, we need 13-year-olds to the makeup area. And for our breeding sheep, your next class will be Senior Champion Showman. So we need the class winners of our 20-21-year-old class, our 18-19-year-old class, and our 17-year-old class to be in the makeup area. Also, 15-year-olds in the breeding sheep showmanship, you can be making your way to the makeup area as well.
Another nice group of showmen here as we start into our next division in terms of overall age groups here. The two young ladies here up in first and second are really, really good in terms of the way that they go ahead when you get off of the side of them and getting the sheep put together from the side. For me, I get a bit critical between first and second as we set these two young ladies into motion in terms of the way that they handle their sheep. Young lady here that initiates this class, for me, just separates herself as we put this sheep on the move. Young lady, not to take anything away from her. And second, really, really solid showman. I'd just like to change her up just a bit as we set her on the go with her lamb. The next young lady in third is one that is really nice in terms of the way that she goes about her business. Sheep wants to give her some trouble from time to time, but she's one that's really calm and collected, and that certainly goes a long way in this particular division. The next young man here in fourth just fell into a really tough division. I like the way that he goes about getting a lot out of that sheep. He's one that really does a nice job in terms of his calmness. And as we go down the line here, some individuals that just start to separate themselves in terms of just overall balance and in terms of the way they get into the sheep and the way they get the most out of it. And as well as we know in showmanship, it comes down to some personal preference as well. And then, not to take anything away from them, just a few minor things as we really start to study these showmen in comparison to our top four. Let's pay them off with a nice round of applause.
Another really cool class of showmen out here. I really enjoyed watching these guys as they were out here because, man, there are some just phenomenal showmen here. I've got four here that you could shuffle any which way, and you're not wrong. They're just different from one another. I'm starting with the young lady I think just really combines everything for me. She's really smooth. She's really calm. She walks around the ring with an obvious confidence to her that she brings out when she shows that border luster U. When she moved on to the other U, did a great job of going into a brace position and just did a very, very nice job. Really, really likes her overall professionalism. Young man we've got here in second, I think most similarly follows my first place. Maybe takes a little bit longer getting those feet set, but he's got a big U. I don't hold that against him. The other thing I'd say is when he walks around, tends to sometimes get that other hand kind of on the back of that U's neck just a little bit more than I'd like. But again, I think he does a really smooth, consistent job, and I really appreciate him for that. My third place showman really follows these other two in line. He just does a really nice job. A little more intense showman. I don't hold that against him. When he switched on to the other U, I think he maybe got her just a little bit narrowed up on her hind legs. I'd maybe like to see those set just a little bit more, and it's those nitpicky things. But man, this young man does a really good job with this. She really gets a lot out of her, and I appreciate him for that. Young man we've got down here in fourth, again, I think a very calm, collected showman. Sometimes gets his U just a little bit more stretched, tends to let her get just a little bit more tired in that front end. She gets her face turns toward him a little bit more. I want to get her her head just knocked out a little bit more. But again, a really great class of showmen from top to bottom. Congratulations to all of them.
From our class of contestants in the 16-year-old breeding sheep show, our class winner went to Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania, with a Border Leicester. Second place, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, with an Oxford. Third to TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky, with a Hampshire. 4, Jacob Fowler, Salesville, Ohio, with a Shropshire. 5, Annie Schopmeyer of Batesville, Indiana, with an Oxford. 6, Allison Knutson of Centerville, South Dakota, a Suffolk. 7, Natalie Goodrich, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, and Oxford. 8, Cameron Paulus of West Milton, Ohio, a natural colored. 9, Tony Dupas of Shabance, Illinois, a Dorset. And 10, Kylie Shields of Danforth, Illinois, a Southdown.
For my senior division, I just got to go out and pick one. I talked about each one of these 4 individuals in class, and I really liked each one of them. I think they all really exemplify what we're looking for. They really know how to handle their sheep. They really know how to walk out in the ring with confidence and poise, and I think that's really, really valuable, particularly in sheep showmanship. And so I'm going to go out and select your overall senior champion. I think it came down to just little nitpicky things, that person that just I thought was on point at all times, whether it was in class, when it was maybe on one of the other sheep that they had, but again, taking nothing away from the other individuals. It took a lot for these 4 to get out here. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
For our breeding sheep showmanship, our senior showman is Caroline Kuhn, Manila, Indiana, showing a Southdown. Caroline came out of the 20-21-year-old class. Now ready for 15-year-olds in the ring. Results of our class of junior showmen in the 12-year-old class. First place went to Jenna Bradley of Cassopolis, Michigan, with a Southdown. Second, Paige Pence of New Carlisle, Ohio, with a Hampshire. Third to Hannah DeLong of Mechanicsburg, Ohio, and Oxford. 4, Justin Rupnow of Nemaha, Iowa, with a white-faced cross. 5, Blake Skidgill of Pawnee, Oklahoma, a cross. 6th place, Madison McGee of Stockwell, Indiana, a Southdown. 7, Kylie Pinder of Wake Forest, North Carolina, blackface crossbred. 8, Deloney Bates of Sewong, Michigan, a cross. 9 to Justin Howell, Danville, Ohio, a crossbred. And 10, Hayden Deno of Danville, Indiana, blackface crossbred. Exhibitors and showmanship participants 13 years of age in the Market Lamb Show. If you're on the outside of the ring, please turn your card in to the steward as they come around. We thank you for your participation in the showmanship class this evening.
Let's give all these youngsters out here a nice round of applause, if you would, please. Certainly as we get up in age, we get up in experience, and we tried to switch a few things up here on these youngsters here in this final cut, and they all did an outstanding job working through their sheep, and the young man rises to the top pretty handily for me in terms of just the way that he goes about getting the sheep presented. He's really in tune with that sheep and hooked up nicely. I like the way that he balances up when he gets off to the side of him. The young man does a really good job staying in control of that particular sheep and does an outstanding job in terms of his demeanor as well. Young lady here in second does an outstanding job. She certainly got a size advantage in terms of height over the rest of the showmanship drive, and she's also showing a south down that's pretty decent size, but she does an outstanding job making the sheep balance up really nicely. Maybe like to pull her outside leg in just a bit and get hooked up more with that sheep, but really she does an outstanding job top to bottom making that sheep look outstanding and just really blending in with that particular animal. Young man here next in line with the Dorset appearance sheep here is one that you really like in terms of just the way that he gets a lot of mileage out of this particular sheep. The Rascals wanting to fight him a bit right now as we've got him placed, but I really like his demeanor, the way that he balances up on the front end of this sheep, and the way that he goes about getting a lot of mileage out of this one as well. Next two young ladies in line, individuals that you really appreciate in terms of the way that they get a lot out of them. Every once in a while, they're maybe not set quite as nicely up front. They want to maybe move a leg here and there, but that's being critical in a really tough drive. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Results of the class of 13-year-olds for Market Lamb Showmanship. First place to Lane Slayton of Noblesville, Indiana, with a black-faced crossbred. Second, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina, a Southdown. Third, to Jed Silwell, Gill, Colorado, with a Dorset. 4, to Margot Sturgis, Wooster, Ohio, a crossbred. 5, to Sky Shoemaker of Hayworth, Illinois. 6th place, Anna Hannon of Rensselaer, Indiana, with a Southdown. 7, Stephanie Moorfield, Chattanooga, Oklahoma, a natural colored. 8, to Emmett Edler of State Center, Iowa. 9, Justin Mason of Norwalk, Ohio. And 10, Luke Harker, Hope, Indiana, with a Hampshire. market lamb showman on the outside of the ring. Please turn in your card to the ring stewards, and then you are excused. Thank you so much for your participation in the showmanship class this evening.
Another outstanding class of showmen out here. I've got just a lot of showmen here that I really like, all the things they do. The young lady I'm starting with really combines everything for me. I think she did a really nice job with this southbound U. Sometimes gets her stretched just a tick more than I'd like, particularly on that front end. But the really impressive thing to me is when we moved her around and she got to pick the southbound yearling U, she got a lot out of that southbound yearling U. And I think just that shows that poise, that ability to adapt, and that's really, really important. Taking nothing away from the young lady we got here in second, she's got this big Dorset U and does a really great job with her. She's really calm, really poised. I maybe would have liked to seen her get just a little bit more out of the U that she switched onto. She's also, sometimes those hind legs get a little close together. I'd like to maybe see him just go out a little bit further to widthen out that U just a little bit. But again, just a really nice, smooth showman. I think that just does a really wonderful job in this class. The young lady we've got here in third, I think most similarly follows my first and second. Again, a very natural, very poised young lady. When she switched onto the southbound U, I don't think she quite got as much. She does kind of the same thing where you let the front end, the head drop just a little bit more, and when you're down, it can get really tiresome, but you really got to keep that head up when you're doing that. And the other thing I tell the contestants too, for this class and future classes, is make sure if you're going to be down and you're going to be holding that head up, that's great, but be careful that you don't as the class gets more tired, you end up pulling that U's head towards you and away from me, because that can be, again, an effort where you're actually shortening up that U's body and that profile doesn't look quite as good. Young lady we've got here in fourth, again, I think does a nice job. Maybe doesn't quite get as accurate with the feet set. Maybe isn't quite as quick in doing that, and also isn't quite as fast as getting that top line up as I'd like. But again, I think she does a nice job with this natural colored U. Young lady we've got here in fifth, again, a very poised, very calm young lady. Sometimes, again, lets that front end drop just a little bit more. When she switched on the other U's, I don't think she quite got as much on that U as I would have liked to have seen her. But again, a really great class from top to bottom. Give them all a round of applause. They've definitely earned it.
Exhibitors in the breeding sheep ring, we will take a short break at this time so our judge can finish up. Those contestants down in the market lambs, that's that same age group, 14-year-olds that we're finishing up with the market lambs. Those that are not showing in the market lamb showmanship class but are showing in the breeding sheep classes, 14-year-olds should be making their way to the makeup area, but we will not enter the ring until we're completely done with the 14-year-olds down in the market lamb ring, and give them a few minutes to get down there to the makeup area. placing on the class of 15-year-olds in the breeding sheep showmanship, first place goes to Jaylee Oldenburg of Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania, with a Pole Dorset. Third place, Teresa Romas of Chichester, New Hampshire, Romney. 4, Marissa Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania, with a Border Leicester. 5, Paige Roach, Janesville, Wisconsin, with a South End. 6, Emily Bright, Ernbury, Texas, with a South End. 7, Abigail Thornton of Amanda, Ohio. 8, Allison Watson, Bennettsville, Arkansas. 9, Shelby Jackson, Marcellus, Michigan. And 10, Holden Lovelace of Brownsville, Tennessee.
Let's give these young people in this division a nice round of applause. Young lady here that's going to win this particular class does so with a great deal of ease in my mind in terms of just putting a sheep together from the side profile, and as I get off of it and look at it from every angle, she's really got this sheep impeccable in terms of his overall placement, and she should certainly be commended there. Not to take anything away from the young man there in second, one that I really like the way that he goes about. He's very intense in his overall makeup. Every once in a while, that sheep so slightly wants to rise his top a little bit, and every once in a while I'd catch him with his top and his spine just a bit tight, and that's being awfully critical of an awfully good showman, but he also got beat by a good showman, so there's nothing to hang his head on there. Young lady in third here, one that you really like in terms of just her demeanor. She gets a lot out of this sheep. Every once in a while you'd like to change the front leg placement where she goes ahead and sets those front two down, and that's being critical there of a really good showman in her own right. The next two showmen, really good in terms of the way that they get a lot out of those sheep. Maybe like to change them just a notch around the front end. And in this particular class, I'd like to say I really noticed a lot of kids here. I think, and it's hard as we go through this particular drive, and in showmanship, we want to get a lot out of them. Our kids want to get a lot out of them. But as I see as we've got up into these age groups, they're really wanting to focus to the outside of the ring for that extra reassurance to the parents along ringside. I know it's hard as a parent myself watching our little ones show, but I think you're doing them a disservice if they're worried about what's going on the outside. You've led them to be really confident young people. Put your faith in them. Let them go do their job. Let's have fun. Thanks.
In the Market Lamb ring, we're now ready for 15-year-olds. 15-year-olds into the Market Lamb ring, please. Results of our class of 14-year-olds on the Market Lamb showmanship. First place goes to Kaylin Urban of Roosevelt, Oklahoma, with a white-face cross. Second, Ryan Lakos of Bayard, Nebraska, with a crossbred. Third, to Hunter May, Kieselton, Virginia, with a Hampshire. 4, Cole Cooper, Elmwood, Nebraska, crossbred. 5, Travis Wallen, Trafalgar, Indiana. 6, Evan McLean of Albany, Indiana, with a white face cross. 7, Lindsay Schmitz of Oaks, North Dakota, with an Oxford. 8th place to Colton Roban of Sheridan, Indiana, a Southdown. 9, Heather Berry, Brown City, Michigan, a blackface cross. And 10 to Hayden Dominic of Carmichael's, Pennsylvania, with a crossbred. exhibitors on the outside of the ring in the Market Lamb show. Once you've turned in your card to the stewards, you are excused from this class. Thank you for your participation.
Let's give all these young people in this division a nice round of applause as well. Young man that wins this particular class does so with pretty handily in my mind. He's one that I really like, the way that he just gets about the sheep. He's really correct and accurate, and as he places those lambs, as he sets them down on all four, I really like the way he goes about his business. Really a tremendous young man here. Young man here in second, one that works himself up in here, does a really nice job for me. I like it, the way that he goes about it. He's really calm. Every once in a while, the front end wants to fall out of that sheep, and he needs to make sure that he does take care of that. The next young lady in line, I guess if I could be a bit critical of her, she's one that her sheep wants to tuck up underneath her a bit. You got to go ahead and get him stretched out a bit more to get those hind legs set underneath him there more correctly. Next young man in line does a really nice job in terms of from the profile. I like that to get on him. As we set him into motion, I'd like to pull his hand off the side of him, quit driving him like a hog, but I think he does a lot of good and finds himself into that position pretty handily. Comes down to some issues of personal preference, feet and leg placement as we go down through here. Let's give him another nice round of applause. It's been a pleasure to work this division.
On the market lamb class of 15-year-olds, our class winner, Brady Might of Milton, Wisconsin with a Hampshire. Second to Zach McCann of Export, Pennsylvania with a crossbred. Third, a Dorset shown by Sarah Young, Leesburg, Ohio. 4, William Hansen, Clifton, Illinois with a Hampshire. 5, Taylor Heights, Bell Center, Ohio, a Hampshire. 6, Edward Hansen, Clifton, Illinois, a Shropshire. 7, Alicia Rader of Eaton, Ohio with an Oxford. 8, Emily Bright, Granbury, Texas with a Southdown. 9, Kaylor Lee of Burlington, Kansas, a Hampshire. And 10, Wyatt Kendall, Magnolia, North Carolina.
Really an outstanding group of showmen in this particular age division, so let's pay them all off with a big round of applause before we go out and select our champion. Not going to talk about each one of these in terms of what they bring to the table. I think they're all very, very effective at what they do. For me, it comes down to a showman that is balanced. We get a lot out of them, but yet we still get in on them to make themselves blend in a bit. We get a lot out of these particular sheep. We get them driving. We get them braced up, but yet we still blend in. I think all 4 of them are really, really fault-free in a lot of areas. With that said, I wouldn't be afraid to put any of them on the front end of a sheep for me. Let's pay them off with another round of applause, and I'll go select your champion.
Our intermediate champion showman for the Market Lambs goes to our 13-year-old class winner, Lane Slayton of Noblesville, Indiana. We're going to take a real quick break, let our judge get his breath a little bit before we bring those 16-year-olds in.
Another just really good class of showmen. I really enjoyed working with these individuals. I'm starting off with two showmen that I think really came to the top of the class really well. In my opinion, I think I'm starting with the young man that just really combined everything to me today. He did the best job with that getting her shown, getting her head up, does a really good job of being very poised and calm, getting those feet set where he wants them set, and did a really nice job when he switched onto the other U as well. Just again, a really calm, poised, and professional showman. I really appreciate that. Following him with a young lady that I think is right in line, comes out of the same class of showman. She does a really good job. She's very poised. She did a wonderful job with that U. When she switched on the other U, I think she got a little too nitpicky on where the legs are at, and that U started getting really frustrated with her, and that just built in frustration. But I think, again, she does a really, really nice job with this U, and again, a very nice poised showman. Young lady we got here in third, I think, does a great job with this U. Sometimes with her own U, I should say, she actually gets the head a little bit lower. I'd like to maybe see that head get stretched up just a little bit, and I was really impressed when she moved on to the other U, how well she was able to kind of get a lot out of her, and I really appreciated that for her. That moved her up a little higher in this class. Young lady we've got down here in fourth, I think, does a very nice job with this U. I think when she switched on the other U, she kind of let that U kind of fall asleep just a little bit, but I think she does a nice job of getting those feet set. Sometimes there's a little bit more stretch than I'd like, but again, overall, very nice showman. Young man we've got here in fifth, again, a really nice poised showman, very calm. Maybe lets his U fall asleep just a little bit more than I'd like. I'd like to see her perked up just a little bit more, work on that top just a hair more. And same thing when he switched onto the other U, I'd like to maybe see him just get him a little bit more out of there. But again, a really nice class of kids from top to bottom. Give them a round of applause. They've earned it.
Placing on the class of 14-year-olds for the breeding sheep show. First place goes to Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin, with a South Down. Second, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, a South Down. Third, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, a South Down. 4, Kaylin Schmierczek of Rochelle, Wisconsin, a South Down. 5, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin, a Lincoln. 6th place, Cynthia Conley of Mount Ulla, North Carolina, a Hampshire. 7, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana, a Horn Dorset. 8, Clay Schoen of Jeromesville, Ohio, a South Down. 9, Morgan Hogger of Connorsville, Indiana, a Hampshire. And 10th place, Grace Fry of Rochdale, Indiana, a South Down. Now showing our 13-year-olds in the ring. 13-year-olds, 12-year-olds, you need to be in the makeup area. exhibitors in the Market Lamb Showmanship class on the outside of the ring. Once the stewards have picked up your card, and we ask that you please open those up as you hand them in to them. Once they've taken your card up, you are dismissed. We want to thank you for your participation in Showmanship this evening.
Wow, what a way to start off this particular division. I'm not sure not to take anything away from any of these young ladies and the young gentlemen out here, but they do an outstanding job. But these top 4 showmen, I don't know that I'd want to enter a blink contest with them because they would beat you every time. I love the intensity that all 4 of these top showmen bring to the table. They're flat tremendous, folks. Let's give them a round of applause. It's a pleasure to work through this group. Now, on to our top 2 showmen here and what separates them. The young lady here that we're going to initiate with, for me, is just a more balanced showman in terms of the way that she handles herself collectively around that sheep. I like the way that she's really calm in her demeanor. She's a bit more upright as she goes about that sheep, makes herself look a little bit more natural. Young lady in second, I'd maybe like to straighten you up just a notch as we set that sheep into motion. One that I really like in terms of the way that you get the job done as well. Every once in a while, his top wants to roach up just a bit. We got to continue to work to keep that down. Both of you could get on the front end of a sheep for me, and I know we'd get along quite nicely. The next 2 showmen in line comes down to an issue of just, you came into a really tough division, ladies. No shame in getting beat by really good showmen here. Both of you do an outstanding job. You just fell into a tough go. Nice job all the way down. Let's give them a big round of applause again.
Placing on our class of 16-year-olds in the Market Lamb Showmanship, first place went to Annie Schopmeyer, Batesville, Indiana, with a black-faced cross. Second, Brooke Bowen, Lynn, Indiana, natural colored. Third, Aubrey Rye of Esconcha, New Mexico, Hampshire. 4, Taylor Mullenkamp of Salina, Ohio, a Schropp. 5, Kelsey Leanne Norton of Cairo, Georgia. 6, Alexis McMahon of Ranburne, Alabama, with a Hampshire. 7, Haley Elmore, Deep Run, North Carolina, a Suffolk. 8, Camden Urban, Roosevelt, Oklahoma, a crossbred. 9, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky, Hampshire. And 10, Dylan Deemer of Lacona, Iowa, with a crossbred. Market Lamb exhibitors on the outside of the ring. Once you've handed in your card to the stewards, you are excused. Thank you for your participation. Please, whenever you hand that card to the steward, make sure those cards are unfolded and opened up.
Really nice set of showmen out here in this age division. I just was really impressed from top to bottom. It took me a little longer to sort my top 6 here because all of them did something I really liked and something I really needed to fix. But the young lady I'm starting with today is definitely the one that combined everything. She worked the best with her ewe lamb, and then when she switched onto that, the Slick Shorn Dorset did a really great job of getting a deep brace on that ewe, which is what that ewe needed in order to bring her top up. And I think just, again, a really complete young lady. Really smooth, really confident around the ring. I think, again, she just was my combination showman today. The two individuals I've got here in second and third, I kept going back and forth with them. Young lady with the border Chevy just did a really wonderful job showing that ewe. Sets the feet very accurately for that ewe. When she moved down to the other ewe, I wanted to see her get the top up. She set that ewe well, but then didn't quite complete the showmanship job there. Again, a really nice shot. Young man we've got here with the big Dorset ewe, that is not an easy thing to show, but does a fantastic job of setting the feet on that ewe. Again, when he switched on the other ewe, I wanted to see him just get a little bit more out of it. I think he got on one that was a little more temperamental, but again, he did a very nice job. Young lady we've got here in fourth, she moved her way up when she moved on to the other ewes. I wondered at times she got a little lackadaisical when she was walking around the ring, but she's a very calm and poised showman, and I really appreciate that. Like I said, I think a showman that worked her way up. I wanted to see her set her own feet a little bit more accurately, but again, a very nice showman. Young lady we've got down here in fifth, I think is a very intense showman, does a nice job with that, gets the feet set nicely, tends to let that ewe's head drop just a little bit more than I like, maybe isn't quite as good at getting the top up on that ewe, but again, really poised, very nicely done. Young lady we've got down here in sixth, I think has had one of the tougher times. She's had a ewe that just isn't wanted to keep her top up. She's got to have a deeper type of brace, which is a little tougher to do at times. The other thing is when we had her in here early in the class, she tended to get herself tucked away in the corner, and you really got to make sure you don't let other exhibitors get you caught in the corner like that at times. But again, I think she did a nice job. When she moved on to the border Chevy ewe, I maybe would have liked to see her get just a little bit more aggressive with getting that ewe in line. But again, a really nice top end of showman. Congratulations to all of them.
Placing on the class of 13-year-olds in the breeding sheep showmanship class, first place goes to Margot Sturgis of Wooster, Ohio, with an Oxford. Second to Paige Clyde of Greenville, Pennsylvania, with a Cheviot. Third to Evan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut, a Poll Dorset. 4, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina, a Hampshire. 5, Isabel Clues of Westfield, Indiana, a Southdown. 6th place, Brianna Nettle of Greenfield, Illinois, a Dorset. 7, Catherine Romas of Chichester, New Hampshire, a Romney. 8th place to Madison Harris, Lenore City, Tennessee, with a Southdown. 9, Jed Sidwell, Gill, Colorado, a Poll Dorset. And 10th place, Brendan Donor of Wilshire, Ohio, a Southdown.
Really an outstanding group of showmen here in this particular drive. Let's pay them off with a big round of applause. Switch some things up here with these kids. I thought some of them were getting a bit complacent, so I wanted to keep them on their toes. All of them in this top 10 here did an outstanding job, and it comes down to splitting some hairs. But the individual that's the most fault-free today is the young man up here in the purple shirt that we're going to start with. I get off to the side of the sheep. The front legs are set down where they need to be. They're straight. They're out from underneath it where it needs to be, out on the corners. He's got this sheep balanced up nice, in correct alignment. I like that about him. Come down to splitting hairs here just a little bit for the young man here in second. A couple times he had his front legs under him just a bit more than ideal, and that's what separates him here in the second in comparison to the young man. I really like the way he's got both hands up on the neck, the way he sets that sheep going here. Does an outstanding job. Young lady here in third, her sheep faltered on her just a bit as we switched them onto the side on the opposite lead, but she still does an outstanding job. Gets it into that sheep and gets a lot of mileage out of it. The next young lady here in fourth, really a good job. A couple times I saw her neck getting to pull forward just a little bit, maybe not set back in it like I'd like to, but she does an outstanding job getting a lot of mileage out of that sheep. And same thing can be said for the young lady in fifth, one that really catches your eye, and when she gets on a brace here, she wants to, every once in a while, front legs want to get underneath it, the chest wants to fall out, so we got to keep that up in him, and I think she could sort herself a little higher. Let's give him another big round of applause. It's a pleasure to work through this drive.
Results of our 17-year-old class of Market Lamb Showman. First place to Colin Tennant, North Manchester, Indiana. Second to Jeff Knive of Greenfield, Ohio with a crossbred. Third, Cheyenne Bowman of Hagerstown, Indiana, a crossbred. 4, Amber Farrell, Columbia City, Indiana with a Dorset. 5, Lexi Harrison of Louisville, Illinois with a crossbred. 6, Sammy Bruchier of Greensburg, Indiana with a Southdown. 7, Ben Porter, Madison, Georgia, a Suffolk. 8, Lily Medlin of Rocky Mount, North Carolina with an Oxford. 9, to Kristen Spall of Jamestown, Indiana, a Southdown. And 10, Demi Powers, Fayette, Ohio with a crossbred. Exhibitors on the outside row, we need you to walk your lambs until the ring steward tells you to stop. The judge wants to see them all on a walk, so we need you to walk your lambs until we tell you to stop. So start the movement, please.
Another nice class of showmen out here. I think I've got 6 that really, again, all do something I really love and some things I really want to fix just a little bit. Young lady we're starting off here with the long wall just does a really good job. She's by far my most accurate foot setter. She puts the feet where they need to be and doesn't mess with them too much. Now, at times is where you get a little irritable, yes, but at the same time, that young lady doesn't have to fidget with those feet because she puts them where they need to be the first time, does a really nice job of getting the head up on that U. Again, just overall does a very nice, calm and collected showman. The next 2 young ladies, I think, are peas in a pod. They're so very, very similar. The young lady I've got here in second, I think does a great job with this lick shorn U. I might like to see her set those hind feet out just a little bit at times. When she was on the side-by-side, they were great, but on the side view, sometimes she let them get underneath that U just a hair more than I'd like. But again, a really nice, calm and collected showman. Young lady I've got here in third, just again, a really smooth showman. I really appreciate her for that. I'd like to see her maybe, when I brought her over individually to set her feet, she just kind of tended to push that U on her hind feet. I'd like to see her actually set them. But more importantly, is she tends to let that U get a little low in her front. I want to see her get that head straight up and down. We want that head coming straight up and down out of those shoulders just to make that front end look a little nicer. But again, a really calm, poised, collected showman who does a great job with her own U. Young man we've got here in third, fourth. Again, does a really good job. There's a couple times where, again, he also likes to stretch that head out just a little bit. He leans back a little bit, and that U's head was going out just a little bit. I'd like to maybe have him work on that just a hair, but again, does a very nice job with this U. Young man we've got down here in fifth, he's got a big old U. And again, that's fine. That's your prerogative to bring out a good U like that. He does a good job. Again, tends to do a little bit of the push and pull with those hind feet, which gets him in the right place sometimes. But the bigger issue is that U is tending to get a little deep in that chest floor, and we need to maybe raise her up just a little bit. So maybe getting down, either getting a deeper brace so that she'll raise her top, or getting underneath her to raise her top is, I think, critical for that U. Young man we've got down here in sixth, again, I think a really nice job. I think he does a good job of, again, he does a little bit of the push and pull on those hind legs. I don't hold that against you too much, but what happens then is the last thing he does is lift up on that front end, and many times it moves those front legs out of place. And those are the ones that are closest to us and we should be able to get. So again, I think that these are a great set of showmen from top to bottom. Congratulations to everyone.
Showmen in our Market Lamb 18 to 19-year-old class. Those on the outside, once you've turned your card into the ring steward, opened up so that it's not folded. You can turn those in and then you are dismissed. Thank you for your participation in the showmanship tonight. Also down on the breeding sheep showmanship, we're ready for our champion intermediate showman. We need our class winners from our 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 13, and 12-year-old classes in the ring at this time. placing on our class of 12-year-olds in the breeding sheep showmanship. First to Taylor Garges of Telford, Pennsylvania with a Lincoln. Second, Madison McGee of Stockwell, Indiana with a Hampshire. Third to Carson Kritzmeyer of Fowler, Indiana with a Southdowne. 4, Thane Stidnam of Alma, Arkansas, a White Dorper. 5 to Campbell Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, a Hampshire. 6, Hayden Deno of Danville, Indiana, a Suffolk. 7, Chase Searcy, Amo, Indiana, with a Southdowne. 8, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri, a Shropshire. 9, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin, a Hampshire. And 10, Jared Neumeister of New Palestine, Indiana, with a Monadale.
Again, I want to congratulate our showmen for being out here. These 4 showmen really exemplify what we're looking for in a good sheep showman. Someone who understands their animal, understands what they need to do to that animal to make them look as good as they possibly can. I'm not going to spend too much time here. I talked about each one of these 4 individuals in class. I like what they did there. I'm going to go out and pick the showman that really stood out to me both in class and then as they came out here again. Again, taking nothing away from the others. They've done a wonderful job, and they definitely deserve to be out here for a division championship. Congratulations to all.
Our intermediate champion showman is Carson Lobdell of Darlington, Wisconsin with a Southdowne in the breeding sheep showmanship. Now ready in the ring for our 11-year-olds. 11-year-olds in the breeding sheep showmanship.
Really nice set of showmen here in this age group. Once we got through some of the finer details of ring etiquette and working about the show ring, we got 10 nice showmen here lined up. And the young lady that surfaces to the top for me is one that's really calm in her demeanor, gets a lot out of her sheep. She's not the quickest to get it set up, but she's the most accurate in terms of her placement that we've seen this evening right now in this particular division. She does a good job and wins pretty handily. The young lady next in line and second is one that I really like her from the brace. She gets that sheep put together quite nicely. For me, every once in a while, she wants to pull a left hind leg up ever so slightly, but she stays in tune pretty nicely to go ahead and get that done. If I was going to be critical, I'd like to maybe get her more upright into that brace on that particular sheep, but she could certainly get one stuck for me as well. The next young man in line in third is one that does a really good job in terms of getting the sheep set up square on the corners. I like that. Ideally, if I was going to pick him apart, we'd like to let his ears relax a little bit, be a bit more natural as we get him on the go, maybe get him tied in just a little bit better down his top line for us as he wants to pull it up just a bit, and every once in a while he forgets to go ahead and push that down. But three really outstanding showmen in this particular drive. So we go down the line, there's some of them that do a really good job in terms of really getting sheep braced. Somewhere along the line, though, somebody thought it was trendy in the world of showing sheep to start showing these rascals like hogs and beating them on the side, and that's a no-go for me, folks. So it comes down to an issue of preference and fundamentals, and we've got to take care of those minor details as we really go ahead and get these things set up effectively. Let's pay them off with another round of applause.
Placing on that class of 19-year-olds in our Market Lamb Showmanship. Our winner of that class is Tessa Mattingly of Lebanon, Indiana, with a Hampshire. Second, Beth Zuber of Marengo, Iowa, with a crossbred. T.C. Perry was third. T.C.'s from Montpelier, Indiana, with a Hampshire. 4, Taylor Busenberg of Mentone, Indiana, with a crossbred. 5, Whitney Halfville of Brazil, Indiana. 6, Hunter Frobos of Pemberville, Ohio, with a Suffolk. 7, Dalton York, Fort Worth, Texas, a Hampshire. 8, Lauren Johnston, Coatesville, Indiana, a whiteface cross. 9, Kirsten Augustine of Londonville, Ohio, with a crossbred. And 10 to Dalton Hides of Central City, Iowa. Market Lamb showman on the outside of the ring. We ask that you turn in your card to the ring stewards, unfold it if you will, please, and then you are excused from the class. Thank you so much for your participation this evening.
What a phenomenal class of junior showmen. These guys have done an amazing job, and they make me very, very proud of the future that's coming forward. I think I'm starting with 5 showmen that really you could flip any which way you want. I'm starting with the young lady that just really grabbed my attention from the moment she stepped in this ring. She's got that look about her to say, I'm here for business. She takes care of business. She makes sure that you is set and looking perfect at any time when I move around the ring, and she just does an excellent, excellent job of efficiently and effectively setting those legs, keeping that U's head up. That's a tall U for a little person to keep up that long, and she does a great job with it. I'm following her with a young man that I think is very similar in his overall technique. Does a great job. He stepped around on this side at one point to set the hind leg, and I don't hold that against you at all. I think you did a great job because you set those feet right. That being said, there was a couple times where I thought that you got a little bit straight underneath him, and it's those little tiny things that'll catch you on a good class like this. It's those little splitting of hairs that we have to do. Young lady we've got here in third, again, very similar to these other two. Really intense showman, I like that. She maybe taps on that lamb just a hair more than I care for. I don't hold that against her too much. And there was a couple times where I thought the feet got a little out of place, and she was just kind of like, okay, they can stay. And like I said, when you've got people that are extremely accurate, it makes it a little more challenging. Young man we got here in fourth. Sorry, kiddo. He does a great job, again, of getting those feet set. He's a very, very intense showman. I like the fact that he gets really low to make that U look tall, and that's great. But we need to keep that neck up, coming straight up out of her neck. He tends to lean her back with him a little bit, and that pulls her front end out a little bit out of place. But again, a really great showman. Young man we've got down here in fifth probably has the toughest challenge of anybody. He has got a big U, and she doesn't really want to move sometimes. And I don't hold it against him that he used a halter, because he just uses it when he moves her, and that's it. And he uses it to kind of give himself a little bit of a backup, and I don't mind that. But at the same time, when you bring out a U that is that big, it gets a little challenging to get those legs. He does a nice job with it, but the front legs that are closest to us, we still need to reach down and get those set when we can. Again, a great class of showmen. Congratulations to everyone. They definitely deserve it. Give them a round of applause.
Really nice way to wrap up here this last class in this senior division. Let's give all these youngsters a big round of applause, a really deserving group of kids out here in this lineup. Young man that we're going to start off with is one that I really like in terms of the way that he gets a lot out of this sheep. He's hooked up to it right on the front end. He really gives me a good, honest angle every time I get around this sheep, no matter where I'm at within the ring. He does an outstanding job. Not to take anything away from the young lady here in second, really a solid job as well. Every once in a while, this sheep will move a hind leg there, gives her a bit of trouble from that regard, but she stays calm and collected, takes care of business. The young lady next in line in third, one that I really like in terms of just the way that she gets into a sheep, puts it together. Every once in a while, the front end wants to pull out from underneath it. She wants to maybe she needs to get those front legs set up just a bit square, and I think that would help her from that regard. As we go down here next in line in fourth, young lady does an outstanding job. I really like the way that she goes about getting the sheep set up in terms of her demeanor, really calm and collected. Ever so slightly, this sheep wants to maybe kick a front leg out here or there, but she does a nice job getting things put back together. Let's give them a nice round of applause top to bottom.
Placing on the class of showmen in our 20-21-year-old in the Market Lamb division. Our winner was Brooke Miller of Hanks, Minnesota, with a blackface cross. Second, Macy Ott, Norwalk, Ohio. Third, Casey Ketzer of Medapolis, Iowa. 4, Erica Skipper of San Antonio, Texas. 5, Kelsey Bowles of Livermore, California. 6, Theron Henderson, Pierce, Colorado. 7, Savannah Hubbard, Madison, Indiana. 8, Alyssa Boatman Green of Stillwater, Oklahoma. 9, Chancey Nelson, Exora, Iowa. And 10, Hannah Zundel of New Alexandria, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for our senior showman. placing on our class of exhibitors in the breeding sheep 11-year-old class. First place goes to Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana, with a Southdown. Second, Carson Nettle of Greenfield, Illinois, with a Southdown. Third to Mallory Bowers of Mentone, Indiana, a Southdown. 4, Levi Weaver, West Fork, Arkansas, with a Southdown. 5 to Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with a Hampshire. 6, Cade Minnan, Walton, Indiana, Hampshire. 7, Martha Smith Gomez of Decatur, Arkansas, a Cotswold. 8, Raisa Zielinski, Brookings, South Dakota, Suffolk. 9, McCoy Thiessen of Sauk Center, Minnesota, Columbia. And 10 to Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota, with a Southdown.
Well, as we get ready to wrap up our Market Lamb Showmanship drive here in the senior division and overall for this evening, let's put a big round of applause together for these young people out here that's in this final drive here. Before we go any further, I'd certainly like to thank the North American Committee for inviting me down here this evening. What a pleasure it is to get to work through these youngsters. More importantly, not only sorting sheep and showmanship from that standpoint, but more importantly, the opportunity to work with the future of our country. What an opportunity it is. Certainly, we're very blessed to be able to get to use livestock projects as an opportunity to raise young people. So, as I finish up these comments, I'll ask you to extend me a little bit of grace, but what a pleasure it is. I've had the opportunity to travel the country, sort sheep, more importantly, sort young people, and it's truly about the relationships that we're giving these youngsters the opportunity to develop, and I think that's something that we shouldn't take lightly. Several years ago, I had the opportunity in my college judging career to travel the country. Many, many years ago when I was at Purdue in college, had the opportunity to run across a tremendous livestock evaluator, but more importantly, a great human being that hails from the state of Kentucky. That man is Mr. Warren Beeler. I think many of you know him. What a tremendous person he is. And as our paths crossed a few years later, he was sorting a county fair and I was doing a supreme showmanship. So bear with me here, kids. We're going to get to select on our champion showman here in just a second. So as I said, just bear with me. I was sorting the supreme showmanship, stuck around to watch Mr. Beeler finish up the show. He spoke a lot of truth about livestock projects being more important than just the banners, trophies that we're going to hand out. It's relationships and the life lessons that we're teaching those young people. I was a young kid and didn't think much about it, other than those words really started to ring true several years later as Teresa and I started our family. What an opportunity that is to be a parent. Youngsters, be sure to go back and thank those people, whether you're back in the barn and you came out of the first division or you're out here in the last division. Go back and thank those people for helping you get here. It is truly a family affair, and I don't want you to take that for granted. You're never too old to give your parents a big hug and a kiss. Parents, same thing. Be sure to appreciate these opportunities. It's more than the banners and the ribbons that are going to tarnish and the buckles that we're going to hand out here in a second. Someday those will be in a sock drawer as your kids move off off to college, and you'll find those and they'll forget about them. It's the relationships that we're teaching these youngsters about, the life skills. This truly is about the kid business. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, and I'll go select your champion showman.
Our winner of senior showmanship for Market Lambs is Tessa Mattingly of Lebanon, Indiana, with a Hampshire. That does conclude our Market Lamb showmanship this evening. We want to thank our Market Lamb showmanship judge, Jason Shuck of Geneva, Indiana. Let's give him a nice round of applause, please.
Great set of young people out here in this class. I think we've got a lot of different showmen that have got a lot of different strengths. I'm starting with the young man that really just combined everything for me today. He does a great job with this long wall. He really gets her set well. He picked a sheep that's great for him and his size. He does a really good job of keeping her set. He even braces her nicely, keeps the front end up nice. I really appreciate that about him. Just does a very nice, well-rounded job. Young lady I'm following him with, I think, is most similar to my first place showman. She does a really nice job. She sometimes gets at you a little bit stretched. We aren't reaching back and getting those legs, and I can understand that, but we still got to get them a little set just a little bit more accurately in order to move any higher. But again, just a really nice, calm, poised showman. Does a really good job of getting that used front end up, and I love and appreciate that. Young man we've got down here in third, I really like how he gets this use set. It takes him a little bit longer. There's a couple times where he scares me at times because he gets on both knees, and I think that gets a little gutsy, especially when the shoes are acting up on him a little bit, so I would probably tend to not do that as much. But again, I think he does a nice job of getting down behind that U once he's got her set, and congratulations to him. Young man we've got here in fourth, Again, a really nice job, really calm, very poised, and I like that. Again, tends to do the push and pull for the hind legs, doesn't quite get them where they need to be, I think, as accurately as the individuals ahead of him. But again, a very nice job, very poised. I think he's got a great future ahead of him. Same thing for my young lady I've got down there in fifth. I think, again, she does a nice job of knowing where I'm at and knowing where she wants to get her sheep to go. It's not always cooperating with her. And again, it's a really long U for her to try and get set. But again, a really nice set of kids from top to bottom. Congratulations to all.
Placings on our class of 10-year-olds for breeding sheep showmanship. First place goes to Landon Watson of Bentonville, Arkansas with a Cotswold. Second to Lane Hoflinger of Columbus, Indiana with a Southdowne. Third, Austin Etzler, South Salone, Ohio with a Hampshire. 4, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana with a Southdowne. 5, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, and Oxford. 6, Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio, with a Hampshire. 7, Matthew Conley, Mount Ola, North Carolina, a Hampshire. 8, Logan Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois, a Southdowne. 9, Vivian Stevenson of Veracruz, Wisconsin, with a Shropshire. And 10 to Braden Lawson, Whitesburg, Tennessee, with a Southdowne. Again, we need junior breeding sheep showmen, 6 and 7-year-olds in the makeup area for breeding sheep showmanship, 6 and 7-year-olds for that final class.
All I can say when I'm done doing a class like this is wow. What an amazing set of showmen from top to bottom. There's people that are no longer in this ring that quite frankly did an excellent job. Give them all a round of applause. I know sometimes it looks like my job out here is easy. It's far from easy, I can tell you that, because these individuals have done an amazing job, and I know that you could sort them a lot of different ways. I'm starting off with, I think, the 5 showmen that just kind of brought themselves to the top of the class very handily. Young man that's starting off the class, I think, just has an amazing sense of confidence, of poise around the ring. Probably my only suggestion was there's a couple times where he kind of smacked the ewe rather than giving her a tail. I just would prefer he reach down and tail her. That's pretty minor. I think he does a great job of feet placement. He has his eye on me, but at the same time isn't staring me down. Just does a phenomenal job with that ewe lamb. Young man I'm following him with does a great job. I think he's just as good with his poise. There's a couple times where he gets those hind feet just a little bit more narrow, so he's not quite as accurate on the feet placement as the young man ahead of him. But he's just got, again, that great poise, that great confidence that I think is just phenomenal to have at this age. Young lady we've got here in third, again, very similar to my other 2 showmen. Does a great job of getting that ewe set. I think at times she gets maybe a little too aggressive with that ewe. I'd like to maybe see her just calm down just a little bit more, because I think that the ewe sets herself well. The young lady does a nice job with it, and she gets just a little bit more excitable compared to the 2 kind of calmer showmen that I have ahead of her. And yeah, that's splitting hairs, but when they're this good, you got to split hairs. Young lady I've got there in fourth. Again, great job of getting those feet set. She tends to let that ewe fall asleep just a little bit on that front end. I want to see that front end brought up just a little bit more. But again, great job. And the young lady we've got down here in fifth, again, does a good job with the taller ewe, but yet gets her set well. Would I like to see her maybe get her set a little bit faster? Yeah, I would, I'll be honest, in order to move you any higher in the class today. But again, great job from top to bottom. Give them a huge round of applause. They have earned it.
placing on that class of 8 and 9-year-olds for the breeding sheep showmanship. First place to Drew George of Niles, Michigan with a South Down. Second to Cade Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, a South Down. Third, Jada Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio, with a Dorset. 4, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, a South Down. 5, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, Pole Dorset. 6, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin, a South Down. 7, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, a South Down. 8, Kinsey Minnan, Walton, Indiana, a Shropshire. 9, Riley McGee, Stockwell, Indiana, a South Down. And 10th place to Drew Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio, a Border Leicester.
All right. What a great set of showmen here from top to bottom. I really enjoyed working with them. We've got some warriors out here, and that's the kind of people we need in the sheep business. So good job, guys. I think we're starting off with, give them a round of applause. I think we're starting off here with two young ladies that are just really outstanding. They grab your eye as soon as you walk in the ring. I'm starting off with the young lady I think that just has a little bit more poise. I think she does a great job with a big U getting her set. She makes sure that she pushes on that U to get those feet set even though she can't quite reach them. I think she does a really good job of doing that. Young lady we've got here in second, also, like I said, very poised, very confident. It's great. Sometimes that U gets a little bit too stretched and her nose gets up in the air just a little bit more than I'd like, but again, 2 peas in a pod, really wonderful job, very bright futures. Young man we've got here in third, very poised young man as well. I think this U was getting the better of him and kind of in the middle of the class, and he was able to kind of calm down and regroup here towards the end, which was nice. Like I said, sometimes was maybe not quite getting those feet, letting that front end get stretched out just a little bit more than I like, but again, a very nice young man that does a very nice job. Young man we've got down here in fourth, again, does a good job, gets a little bit aggressive, really pushing into that U, and I want to see him keep an eye on those front feet. I realize, like I said, when we've got smaller people, it's really hard to reach those back legs, but the front ones we can reach, so we just need to make sure we pay attention to that just a little bit more, but again, wonderful job. Young man we've got down here in fifth, probably one of my most intense showmen up here of my five, and he does a great job. I think he knows where he wants to get the U. She's just not quite working with him. We're maybe not quite getting those feet set, but he gets down, he's trying to work on the top. I give him credit for that because he's doing a good job of keeping her head up while he's working on her top, but we still got to work on trying to get those legs just a little bit closer to set. Again, a wonderful class from top to bottom. Give them a huge round of applause. They've earned it.
For our 6 and 7-year-old class, our class winner was Lydia Wilson of China Grove, North Carolina with a South Down. Second place went to Jade Cantrell, Winchester, Kentucky with a South Down. Third to Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois with a South Down. 4, Jasper Shuck, Geneva, Indiana with a Hampshire. 5, Braden Bowers, Mentone, Indiana with a South Down. 6 to Anara Stroyer of DeGraff, Ohio with a Hampshire. 7 to McKaylee Burns, Jamestown, Indiana with a South Down. 8th place, Morgan Crouch, Mora, Illinois with a Pole Dorset. 9, Justin Etzler, South Salon, Ohio with a Hampshire. And 10th place, Lucas Wilson, LaPorte, Indiana with a South Down.
For my junior champion out here, I'm not going to spend too much time. I talked about each one of these individuals in class. Some of them came out of tougher classes, some people didn't, but I think they all did an amazing job. It's been an amazing junior show. I think we've got a great future sitting out here that walked through this ring, and even those folks who haven't made it here. I'm going to go out and pick our champion junior showman. I think this person just really grabbed my attention when they were in class. Again, taking nothing away from the other individuals. I think they've all done an amazing job. Congratulations.
Our junior champion showman is Jordan Leininger from the 11-year-old class. Jordan is from Pierceton, Indiana, showing a South Down. That does conclude our showmanship for breeding sheep. Our judge has been Dr. Stacy Scramlin of West Lafayette, Indiana. Let's give her a nice round of applause, please. I'm sorry, it's Dr. Stacy Scramlin Zelli.
Oh.